Alright, let's get this disaster underway. I believe this is going to be a lengthy run. So again, I'll go over the rules again for anyone just joining in. We aren't allowed to use, or only allowed to deal damage to enemies with the Vorpal Sword sprite weapons. Which means we are currently, until we pick up the Vorpal Swords, or those sprited weapons, we are only allowed to punch enemies. So once I pick up the Falchon, the Rune Sword, Flame Sword, and Vorpal Sword, we'll be able to deal damage with those weapons. Until then, we are just playing Punch-Out with everything. I would try to run from this, but I don't trust fighters and red mages at fleeing. They all have 5 luck, so yeah. They're not good at running. Oh, I'm sure I'll see you later on, Landshaft. Because we'll be here for a while. This is not going to be a quick early game at all. So no dealing damage with black magic spells from the red mages. It would make the early game way faster, but that's not the idea. I would only allow us to use the Vorpal Sword style weapons and deal magic damage if I was doing a run with like ninjas and red mages. That would be the only time I would allow damage with the magic. Because otherwise, the fighters, they can make it work. That's right, most niftiest, we are punching down Astos. That's probably going to be the lengthiest fight of the run. I have 2 options. One, I could just try to get to Astos as soon as possible. And 2 is I just gain a bunch of levels by punching everything down. Then, like, the main idea is if I go to fight Astos at level 10, I'll have fast on my red mages. Then I can fast both my fighters so that they have 4 punches. Then they can get through Astos at a decent rate. Or I can just try and luckily find 2 wizards really early and just invis my team up with the red mages and just pray I get 1 fighter to survive the battle. Then go back to town, revive, then up against Astos, just mute him, then very slowly punch him to death. And Dave is down. We aren't doing very good damage against Astos. This is a proper way to do a Vorpal based run. Yep, starting off with pain, ending in pain. Alright, FF8, you gotta do some damage here, buddy. Nope. We might lose now. We might lose now. I haven't been counting our damage, but it's not looking great. I'm not actually sure why everybody's punch is different colors. I like how Garland instantly killed my fighters, but the red mages stayed alive forever. That's correct, Golden Ogre Games. Well, we survived. A 7-minute loot, you know, it could have been a little faster. But yes, we're only using the Jagged Sword sprite. You could call it the Falchon sprite, or you could call it like a saber sprite, because it's more of like the fancy pirate sword kinda like sprite. Hey Kevin Lopez, welcome on in. Hey, his easiness, welcome on in as well. Alright, off to get the ship. Our team is not looking the greatest. We're going to probably struggle to run away from the mad ponies. But hopefully we'll have a good flee. There we go. So yeah, this run is going to be very difficult until we beat Astos. You know what? Let's take this. I would like some people to hit level 2. I know this might be a bad fight to take, but I need to use the inn anyways, so let's just take this. It's fine. When your team is struggling to punch down imps, ouch. That imp is 1 hit point. The other weapons are Falchon, Rune, Flame, and the Vorpal. Maybe I shouldn't have my fighters in slot 1 anymore. I need them to level up. I think I have enough money to revive FF8. Dave, you have to hit the target. Can't leave it up to the red mages. But yes, there's not a whole lot of different weapons used for the sprite. There's 4. Dave, you just keep missing. I need you to land a hit. Or the red mages will just solo it. Hey Binskits, welcome in. So at the beginning of this challenge, we're going to be punching everything until we get to the Falchon and the Rune Sword. It's been a struggle so far. Yes, only weapons that have the same sprite as the Vorpal Sword. So we've got the Falchon, Rune Sword, Flame Sword, and the Vorpal Sword. Morning, Queso Dog, welcome on in. We barely made it past Garland. We barely made the walk over to Bravoka. It has been quite the struggle. That's correct. No magic that deals damage. Just like most every other challenge that I've done of a specific weapon type, I'm only dealing damage with that weapon. And until we can pick up that weapon, I'm allowed to punch things. Alright, let's pick up some gloves. Yes, if the red mages deal minimum damage, they only punch for 5. And the pirates have 6 hit points. My fighters don't have very good hit points. So, fighting ogres probably isn't the play. The fighters can deal damage if they want to, but that's it. Maybe I go fight sharks instead? Not really sure how we're gonna do this. What's guarding the Rune Sword? Technically a gargoyle? 2 gargoyles. 2 to 3. But there's also a locked door in the way. Inside the Temple of Fiends. So we need to get the key before we can go grab the Rune Sword. Yes, so we have to beat Astos. Which also means we have to get past the wizards. For this team, the wizard battle is going to be harder than the Astos battle. For Astos, we can cheese him with Mute. Then we should be able to fog up a fighter and the fighter can just eventually win. So I don't think I want to fight any more ogres. For some reason, we don't seem to be doing enough damage to make this work. So I'll try to fight a shark next. Maybe that'll go a little better. Alright, no one died. I don't think I want to fight werewolves. We can try this shark and see how that feels. Sharks have no defense, just like the wolves. But the shark actually gives experience. And the red mages can actually hurt the shark. Now, the shark does have a lot of evasion, so this might not be the best choice. I can try and fight Kaizagus and see how that goes. So now that Dave is level 3, he can do up to 22 damage. Let's actually hard power and try out these Kaizakus. Not a group of 5. I don't think we can handle that. We can handle 1. I was hoping for a group of like 2 to 3. Yeah, maybe Kaizakus are the call. They at least give me enough money so that I can purchase my defensive items. And the red mages can hurt them. Then once I've bought in full on defense, then we can possibly try more sharks. And yes, Biscuits, Falchons are in Melmond. So this is the journey to Melmond. Will we get there? No one knows. You know, I always have liked the town of Melmond. Let's get caps for the red mages. I think that Melmond has some useful things, like the silver bracelet. The silver bracelet is great for, it's a huge power spike for your mages. The gloves do not help with punching. The gloves give us 1 more absorption in the gauntlet slot. And Melmond also has good spells. Fire 3, Warp, Cure 3, Life, Heal 2. There's even the Bane spell. Poor Burp is getting beaten up. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna fight Kaizakus for a little while. I need to get 2 sets of iron armor for the fighters. And 1 more helmet for FF8. Then we'll have the best defense and weapons that we're able to have right now. Hey Chris Ewan, welcome on in. And good morning. We are currently working on our Vorpal Sword Sprites Only challenge. And we're going to be slowly punching down enemies until we get a weapon that shares the sprite. Our first available weapon is the Rune Sword / Falchon. I really thought that Kaizaku was closer to dead. That's what I get for not counting. Of course. This Kaizaku has lost a lot of HP. It probably doesn't need both fighters, but I don't care. I'm putting everybody on it till it's dead. Okay. Then there was one Kaizoku. So I don't think I'm going to be hitting level 50 with this team. I think getting my fighter up to 43 is going to be good enough. The Vorpal Sword has a good critical hit ratio. So and it's got a decent attack power. So I think hitting 43 is enough. I don't think I have to go all the way to 50. Okay, I can afford some spells now. Beep beep. Let's get Fog. Yep, just spent all of that money that we worked on getting. But the fogs will make it so that we're taking much less damage. And this time I won't have to worry about my bottom mage dying. I mean, he didn't die, but he got really close. Hey Jericho, welcome on in. Thanks for the good luck. We are currently very, very slowly punching down enemies. The idea behind this challenge is I'm going to only be using a single sword sprite for the whole game to deal damage. But we currently don't have one of those swords available to us yet. So until I have one of those weapons, we get to punch all of the enemies down. I mean, we're getting through the fights. The fighters can punch for decent damage. The red mages not so much, but the red mages are here for support. They've got the spells that are going to make this possible. Now, of course, if I just gave them damage-dealing spells, all of the fights would be a cakewalk. But since the whole idea behind the challenge is I'm only dealing damage with the swords of choice, that's just... this is what I gotta deal with. So, all of the sprites that share the Vorpal Sword are the Falchon, the Rune Sword, the Flame, and Vorpal. And that's it. There are 4 different swords that we are allowed to use. This is like the only weapon challenge where we're stuck punching down Astos. Because in every other sword challenge, we have a sword available before Astos. With the short swords, we've got the rapier and the saber. For the long swords, we've got the silver sword. For knight swords, we have the short sword. And for the katana, we have the scimitar. I actually have not ever punched down Astos before without a black belt. The Falchon is not a great weapon. It's actually pretty bad, but it's going to be great for us because we don't have anything better. And also, hey Scarlet Shadow and Flacken Time. Welcome on in. And technically there's also a free Falchon you can pick up as well. In Northwest Castle, there's a locked door that has a Falchon, but I'm not going to go out of my way to pick it up. But yes, compared to other weapons you can purchase at the time, the Falchon's not great. It's really only a usable weapon if you have a thief, or a lot of thieves. Safe haven, I don't think 8 fasted knights could punch down chaos if they were all level 50. Because they'd only be dealing 1 point of damage per swing. And their critical hit ratio is the lowest possible, at 0.5%. So, no, they would not be able to punch down chaos. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of bacon on pizza, but that's up to you. If it's something that you enjoy, go for it. I am actually a big fan of meats being on pizza, but bacon is not one of my favorite toppings. Sausage is my favorite pizza topping. Okay, so I need to save up and purchase 2 iron armors. I mean, theoretically I don't have to purchase 2. If I wanted to, I could go dive the marsh cave and get one for free. So the fighters, their damage doesn't increase again until we hit level 5. I'm trying to think what I want to fight. For now, Kaizakus are probably the best case until I get my iron armor online. I think once I get iron armor, maybe I want to try fighting hyenas. The harm spell is not allowed. And I don't have a white mage anyways. I would definitely not bring a white mage along with me in a challenge where I can only deal damage with swords. The white mage wouldn't be super helpful then. But we're only dealing damage with melee attacks. And the only weapons we're allowed to use are the Vorpal Sword sprites. So until we get those, we're just punching enemies. Now, I have two options. I can either try and fight the wizards at a super low level and get lucky, or I can wait it out until I know I'll beat them. If you're talking time-wise until I get my first weapon, I have no idea. If we're talking progression through the game, then I have to get past Astos. And until I make it past Astos, we're going to be punching everything down. Kaizokus are not great for XP. But their money's not bad. I mean, nunchucks would make us do more damage right now. But the Vorpal Sword is definitely going to be better against Chaos than those nunchucks were. It is still surprising that I was able to beat Chaos with the nunchucks. And first try even. He did go easy on me. He melee attacked so many times. Alright, I'm going to use the inn after this fight. Then I'm going to dart down to Elfland and buy some chainmail. Yeah, that is two phrases that you never hear. I mean, yes, using nunchucks would be better for Astos, but that's the last time they would be better than our weapons we're going to be getting. Because even if we had the Falchon as our final weapon, it's still better than the nunchucks were. Nunchucks are bad. That was a brutal challenge. I should have put another red mage on the bottom Kaizoku, but oh well. Let's actually put both of the red mages on the bottom guy. These are some lengthy Kaizoku battles. A Dimension Harvester, welcome on in. Yep, we're punching down some pirates. Eventually, we'll get somewhere further. Do you mean only using staffs while being white mages? Because you could theoretically do that, I guess. You would just be dealing damage with Fade up against Chaos. I mean, I already did a challenge where I only used a staff to deal damage. And I didn't use any harm spells. Or fades. My staff only challenge where I killed Chaos with just the power of a single power staff. I got a little lucky that I beat Chaos, but it happened. Alright. Let's go pick up our iron armor. And then I need to get another 800 bucks for the red mages to learn Invis. Then another 800 bucks for them to learn Mute. Hey Blocky, welcome in. We will be using a bunch of Falchons later on. I have not done a run yet where I'm only using fire spells. No. That does not seem possible because you cannot do 2000 damage to Chaos fast enough, even if you had 4 red mages using fire 3. You just couldn't deal enough damage to kill Chaos because of Cure 4. It kind of makes it impossible. Rune Sword will be better than the Falchon. It's got higher damage, higher crit rate, higher accuracy. So we will be picking up the Rune Sword. It even looks better than the Falchon. And Lich shouldn't be that problematic, actually. Compared to Astos, I don't think Lich will be that bad. Astos is going to be the challenge. We're going to be punching Astos for 1 when we hit him. I kind of want to just get the spells I need. Then do an early marsh dive. Chaos does not have an enrage type mechanic, no. But Chaos casts Cure 4. So every 8 spells, he casts Cure 4. If you cannot kill him before he casts Cure 4, he hits full health again. So you cannot just out-sustain Chaos. You have to kill him between Cure 4 casts. AMTI, welcome in. The swords that have the same sprite as Vorpal are the Falchon, the Rune Sword, and the Flame Sword. Hey bird, welcome on in. Yes, we could also theoretically cast Mute on Chaos until it landed. But if your hopes of killing Chaos are landing a 3 and 256 spell, then slowly cheesing him to death, it just doesn't seem like a very fun run. There is a Falchon in the northwest castle, but it is behind a locked door. Mute does last an entire battle, yes. The Falchon is buyable from the town of Melmond. And to get to Melmond, we have to get past Astos. To unlock the chest in Northwest Castle, we have to get past Astos. Pick up the Rune Sword, we have to get past Astos. I sense a trend. So yeah, Astos is our first. Like, that's when the run really starts. Like, once we get past him, we just can fly through a lot quicker. So I think... how are we going to kill Astos? We're going to beat him to death with our fists, obviously. And hey, Ageless, welcome in. This will be the first time I've ever punched Astos to death without a black belt. That's kind of why I was looking forward to this challenge run. 50 rounds? I'm thinking it might be more than 50 rounds. Depending on what level I go there. If I wait until level 10, it shouldn't be that bad. Because I can fast both fighters. There's one Vorpal Sword in the game. So at the end of the game, my best weapons will be the Vorpal Sword and the Flame Sword. And then the red mages will have the Rune Sword and a Falchon. Not that the red mage's melee damage is going to be doing anything late game. They're mostly just going to be supporting the fighters by casting fast and using the white shirt and stuff like that. Using the heal staff that we can't use. I mean the heal helmet, there we go. How is this Kaizoku still alive? It's been almost an hour and we aren't level 5. In Melmond, we will have an endgame weapon, yes. One of my red mages will have his final weapon. Okay. I still need to earn more money. We'll get there eventually. So I think the next thing I do is earn 1,600 bucks and go purchase the red mages their spells. Then I'm going to purchase some healing supplies. And I think I want to try an early marsh dive. Hey Crimson Heart, welcome on in. I don't choose the names, I just work with them. I rarely choose the names for our teams. Very rarely. We're getting better. The fighters are starting to... I guess being level 4, just having a bit more accuracy has been helping out. When will we hit level 5? Who knows? Landshaft will be the first one to hit level 5. I think at level 5, I might be strong enough to fight the wizards. I'm not sure why the damage smoke is different colors for each character. It just depends on what slot they're in. There's a green, there's a blue, there's the orange, and there's the pink / red. It's kind of cool that all 4 have their own color. Yes, 2 of them look similar. There's the green and the blue smoke that are close to each other. But they're not the same color. That one is the Silver Sword color, while the green one is the Dragon Sword color. Alright, let's see, how much XP do we need? Oh boy. The fighters have a way to go. So yeah, I think I'm gonna try to fight Astos, or try to fight the wizards as early as possible. Just because I don't want to sit here till we're level 10. For some reason, I think that's gonna take too long. But I think if I hit level 5, I will then have 6 casts of Invis. I can cast Invis on one fighter 5 times, then fog him a couple times. Then we should be able to survive the wizard battle. It'll be one fighter punching the wizard to death, but I think it can happen eventually. Because if I can just get past the wizards, I think the wizards are going to be harder than Astos. Honestly. Because Astos, all I have to do is land a mute. Then we pretty much win. Yes, we have to punch him down for 20 minutes, but that's doable. Then once we beat Astos, we will have access to actual weapons, then we can actually level. One fighter will have a Rune Sword, one will have a Falchon, and both red mages have a Falchon. And then we'll be able to actually level. Because when the fighter has a Falchon on, he can actually, like, kill things. But yeah, I want to get 1,600 bucks. And make the red mages have all their spells. I could probably try to fight some sharks for XP. Bringing me up to level 5 would be helpful. I still need to buy more healing supplies as well. Alright, let's head on to Provoker. Provoka. There we go. 5 more Kaizakus. I'm tired of Burp almost dying, so I'll give him a bit of defense. It's almost like going from chainmail to iron armor. Getting an extra 8 absorption. This will give us the funds to purchase Invis and Mute. Then I can head back to Canaria and purchase the heals, Pures, for me to get through the Marsh Cave. Because I don't want to hit level 10 doing this. This is too painful. This is slower leveling than 4 Thieves. Because even 4 Thieves can take down ogres an hour into the game. I mean, yeah, technically I could fight ogres, but the red mages are only going to do 1 damage. And the fighters are going to do 1 to 11 damage? No, 1 to 12. Yeah, 1 to 12. Until we hit level 5. The main reason I'm fighting Kaizagus is just because everyone can harm the Kaizagus. And plus, we do need money. And they were the first enemy that I was actually able to kill in a reasonable amount of time. Come on, red mages. I feel like that Kaizagu has to be close to dead. This is another 600 gold. That'll put us at 1800. So I'll have enough to buy all 4 level 2 spells. Is Landshaft leveling here? No. Landshaft will probably hit 5 in the next battle. Alright, let's buy our spells. Alright, spells acquired. Alright, let's fight an ogre. Two ogres, you do 1 and call that good enough, maybe? I think this battle will give us level 5. It's gonna take a minute, but I think we can do it. If temper worked, this wouldn't be an issue. We could just temper through everything. AD Pad Danny, welcome on in. Wait a second, did Landshaft hit for 2 damage? I guess that makes sense. That means, yeah, if both of the red mages have 12 strength, then they can theoretically hit for 2. And I think they're guaranteed to have 12 strength at this level. The fighters can do up to 12 points of damage. Their minimum damage is still 1. When they hit level 5, their minimum damage will be 2 points of damage. It is a lot, like, increasing your minimum damage from 1 to 2 is actually a really big deal. Because every point of strength after that is going to just keep upping your damage output by a lot. And also, hey Iconic Iris, welcome on in. Alright, I think after this, I'm going to go buy potions. Then we're gonna try and dive the marsh cave. Only Landshaft at level 5. I was hoping it was gonna be everyone. That's okay. Maybe the shark will level up everybody else. Let's start by fogging ourselves. The sharks we can punch for up to 22. And the red mages can deal up to 11. No, 12. I'll probably do the reverse class idea sometime. There's still plenty of challenges that I can do that are also equally as dumb. Yes, a reverse class challenge. I plan on doing a run eventually where my black mage is the tank. He stays in slot 1 always. The white mage is the damage dealer and must always be dealing damage to enemies in combat. I'll have a fighter who's only allowed to heal. Then, like, a red mage who's only allowed to buff. I was thinking about, like, having a thief who's only allowed to buff. But it just doesn't... I don't think that works out very well. With a red mage, at least you can cast buffs throughout the entire fight. Like, a red mage can always be buffing at every level. At level 1, you have fog. So you're able to do something in combat. If I had a thief, he wouldn't be able to do anything until I class changed. And that's just kinda lame. But at least everybody else in the party's got like a reverse role. The black mage can do whatever he wants, but he's in slot 1. The white mage always has to be dealing damage. Whether it's trying to melee attack or using harm, the Zeus gauntlet, whatever, as long as the white mage is trying to deal damage. And the fighter is going to be throwing a lot of healing potions until he learns spells. But at least it's something that you can do. So yeah, everybody's pretty much going to be doing something that they're not great at. Like, the black mage being your tank is definitely a difficult one. My ruling on that is, if the black mage dies at any point in time, I have to reset the game to a point where he wasn't dead. So that the black mage is always your tank. Period. If other people die, it doesn't matter. But the black mage must stay alive at all times. Alright, Dave. We're still missing one person to level 5. How close are we? 34 XP. Okay, so Dave can now punch for up to 24 damage on the shark. FF8 can only hit for 22, but that's okay. I don't think it's gonna take everyone to kill the shark this round, but you never know. Our Sahag is actually harder to hit than the shark. And it has absorption, so we deal less damage to it. This will be FF8's level. We'll beat down this Arsahag eventually. There we go. Good job, Dave. That's our level. Okay. How much money do I have? Enough for one pure. I'll just leave it what we've got. Alright, let's see if I can manage to get through Marsh Cave. Because I don't want to spend another 2+ hours gaining levels here. While we slowly punch things down. A lot of times I would take the ogres along the way, but we really don't want to. We're not great at running away at level 5. Alright. Our first dive into a dungeon. And our first chance to hang out with bats. A concussed gamer, welcome on in. I mean, the Vorpal Sword run does not start off very fast. We are currently punching things to death. Will this run be faster than the Nunchuck run? Yes. Beep beep bat. Alright, an ambush here is not very good. There are 4 swords that share a sprite with the Vorpal Sword. We've got the Falchon, the Rune Sword, the Flame Sword, then there's the Vorpal Sword. All 4 of those have the fancy looking sword. I probably should have grabbed the house before going to fight the wizards, but the Flame Sword is a fine sword, yes. Alright. Can we get 2, please? 4. Well, I think we're going to die. The Falchon is purchasable in Melmond. So here's the idea of what we're going to be doing. Going to get up 5 invis onto Dave. Then I'll try to fog up Dave as much as possible. Then Dave is going to solo the fight. That's the idea. Fog will reduce the damage if Dave gets critically hit. Now I don't think he's going to punch down 4 wizards. There is a free sword in Astos' castle, yes. But I need to beat Astos first to get it. So yeah, this is the idea. Then I just hold A until I win. But I don't want to fight 4 wizards. I'm going to try it again with only 2. Okay. Attempt number 2. The Falchon is indeed weaker than the Rune Sword. Which is why in solo thief, or the 4 thief runs, we don't see thieves really using the Falchons. Because they're kind of outclassed. The Dragon Rune and Coral are all better than the Falchon. Then your 4th character you have to choose. Do you want on a Falchon or a Silver Sword? Depending on what level you are, you could debate which one is better. I normally just pick the silver, not silver sword, sorry, the silver knife. I normally pick the silver knife for all situations because it just has a higher critical hit ratio. Even though it has less damage output, I usually just use it over the Falchon anyways. The Falchon typically isn't used much at all. It just isn't a great weapon. It's one of the many weapons in the game that just aren't used. You know, the Vorpal Sword is a great example of that also. Come on, 2. Why is it 4 again? Come on, game. I'm not sure what number I'm on. I think this is 5? Yes. But yeah, there's a lot of underutilized weapons in this game. Just look at the first weapon shop. Why are there 5 different weapons in the first weapon shop of the game? They are mostly useless. The rapier is good for half the classes in the game. The white mage gets the iron hammer, you know, sure. The black belt gets the nunchucks. So you have 2 weapons that are only useful for one character. You could just combine those together to make the wooden staff better. Then you could have 3 characters with the rapier, 3 characters with the wooden staff, and not need to use up 5 weapon slots. This battle has ambushed me all 3 dives now. You could theoretically have a weapon for all 6 classes, but I don't think that's really the play. I think having 2 different weapons is fine. The rapier and the wooden staff. That works. Or if you want to have one weapon that has accuracy and no damage, and one that has damage, no accuracy, you could do the small knife and the wooden staff. The wooden staff could have damage but no accuracy, while the knife is no damage and high accuracy. Alright, let's try this again. Please don't be 4. Why? 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 Game? Well, in D&D, it's a little different. Oh, it's definitely not an RNG loop. An RNG loop is not really a thing when you're running away. RNG loops are only a thing while you're just holding down one button. If you have to do something like flee or cast a spell, you are not going to be in the same RNG. Because every 2 frames that pointing finger is on the screen, RNG is progressing. But yeah, in D&D, it makes sense where there being more weapon choices, because you're telling a story, and you can make characters be proficient with weapons that aren't necessarily the strongest because it's just fun. You know, you have proficiencies with weapons. In this, you don't have any kind of proficiencies. You'll never be able to make a character stronger with a specific weapon than one that's just better. It's just not possible. We didn't get ambushed this time. Can we get out of here without dying? This has been quite the struggle. Mostly just because I've been unlucky. Okay, attempt number 4. Can we please not get 4 wizards? That's all I'm asking. I don't even care if I don't get 2 wizards. Just don't give me 4. I'm sick and tired of that. Thank you. Okay. Something manageable. Leave Dave alone, you jerks. Let's do invis on you, then throw out your extra invis on FF8. Make FF8 live a little longer. Let's do fog on you, fog on you, sure. He's probably just gonna die, but Lands is named after Landshaft. He came in and named a character after himself. Alright, let's see how long we can last here. Do I want to waste heals? Probably not. But I'm going to. I assume that Burp is dead. Okay, now we hold A till we win. I have 0 healing potions to get out of this dungeon. Maybe we can get into a weird RNG loop where they're only punching Dave and missing. Well, we are in an RNG loop, I think. I do 2 damage to them, they do 1 damage to me. I guess this is, acceptable. Hey John, welcome on in. And no, this is not a fist-only run. If that was the case, I would be using black belts. Because that's the only character class where you can beat chaos with using your fists. This is a Vorpal sprite only run, but we currently don't have access to a sword we're allowed to use. So until we do, we're only allowed to deal damage by punching. Hey, we're doing 2 damage a round, okay? And they're only doing 1 damage a round to us, so we're winning this. At least until the top wizard is dead. Then the RNG is gonna change. Only the black belt gets critical hit ratio of equal to his level. Every other character class gets 0.5% crit with their bare hands, which is why we are never critting. because our critical hit ratio is pretty much equal to 0. And no, we will not beat Chaos with our fists with a fighter. The only way it could possibly happen would be as if you got into an RNG loop of him trying to melee you, and you punching him for 3 points of damage for, you know, like 900 rounds. I mean, you see how bad this is. We're going to eventually kill this wizard. Once the top wizard goes down, the RNG is gonna change. He's gonna die before old age. Slightly before he dies of old age. This is what, like 42 rounds? Yes, in an RNG loop, you don't change if you are critting or not. In this loop, there's going to be no critical hits. I could just not hold down A for a second and change what our characters are doing. Like if I want to, I could just sit here for a second, and now we're doing something different. More damage, but we're also taking more damage. Alright, well, that wizard is down. Ow. One wizard to go. Now we should win without anybody dying. Yes, if both fighters roll high, they can deal some damage. We can also do 0 damage in a round. That's also a thing. Now that there's only one wizard, we can't get into a loop of RNG. So yeah, I think Astos is going to be easier than this wizard battle. Not faster. It's not gonna be any faster. But it should be easier. I'm going to try to land a mute first turn, and reset until I do. Oh no, we are barely damage breaking a wizard. We are, what, like 60 levels short of damage breaking Astos? For us to deal a possibility of doing 2 points of damage to him in one attack, we would have to have 164 strength. We start with 20. That's not true, we only need 82 strength? 84 strength, yeah. 84, whatever. Either way, it's... We're not getting there. So, in a lot of these old games, to damage break an enemy, it's when we deal enough damage that we get past their defense. So if you notice, we're swinging for 1 point of damage all the time. If we want to do more than 1 point of damage, we have to have enough attack power to break through their defense. So Astos has 40 absorption. So he absorbs 40 points of damage of everything we do. So if our basic attack only hits for, let's say, 19 to 38 damage, we're always going to hit him for 1. To break through that, we have to start being able to hit for up to 42, so we have the possibility of doing 2 points of damage instead of 1. And every level we get past that, we just do more and more damage. In Dragon Warrior, it's kind of the opposite way. You need to have enough defense, beep beep bat, so that the enemies don't hurt you. For kind of the same exact way that we don't hurt enemies in this. In Dragon Warrior, once you have enough defense to become equal to the enemy's attack power, instead of them hitting you for like 10 to 20 damage, they will instead go down to like 0 to 12 damage. You just have to have enough of a stat that the enemy is no longer considered a threat. In this, it's a bit different. We have to have enough attack power to harm an enemy. So if we look at Dave right here, Dave has 12 damage. That means when he punches something, his damage will always be 12 to 24 per swing. The enemy here, like an ogre, has 10 defense. So he absorbs the first 10 damage we deal to him with an attack. So like our fighters are going to do 2 to 12 damage. So he's completely damage broken. Now, the red mage on the other hand cannot damage break him very well. His base attack power is only 7, which means he can punch the ogre for 7 to 14. So the red mage's max damage is 4, while most of the time he's only going to do 1 point of damage. So if we want to break him, instead of us doing 1 point, the fighters completely damage break him and are doing up to double digits. So the fighters can actually hurt an ogre, while the red mage, he can't really do anything. It's a large difference of you hitting an enemy for 1 or being able to hit them for 5. It doesn't seem like much, but it cuts off the amount of turns drastically of you just breaking through the enemy's defense. But yeah, if I looked at the red mage, he only has 7 attack power, which isn't enough to reliably hurt the ogre. Alright, it's time to revive the red mage. It is Astos time. We just had like a 20-minute wizard battle. And we're gonna have like a 30-minute Astos battle. What do we have? It's fine. That'll do. I don't need the heals. So the wizards, we could actually hit them for like 6 points of damage. Astos? Nope. We're only gonna hit him for 1. Every round, all we're doing is 1 point of damage. Am I close to hitting 6? Not close at all. So I'm not gonna try to force out an encounter. Or force out a level. If I hit level 6, the red mages would have more hit points, but it is fine. Alright, let's see how Astos goes. Astos should be easier than the wizards. It's just gonna take a long time. Because on Astos, we have this lovely little spell called Mute. I want to save my spells. I know he just meleeed me, but I want to land Mute on the first 2 attempts. Once we land Mute, we pretty much win. You know, if you fast forward 25 minutes. We're gonna get you, Astos. We hit him. Too bad we had a casualty. At least resetting for Astos is much quicker than resetting for the wizards. It took me 4 attempts to not see 4 wizards. Okay, that's acceptable, as long as we mute him. Come on, mute. Ineffective. I want to put 4 casts of Invis on my top fighter. Astos is not playing very nice. We have not resisted a rub, and we haven't gotten him muted before he kills somebody. It is going to be Astos time for a while. Astos will die before the 3-hour mark. He will. I have no promises for any earlier than that. There we go, ineffective. It can happen. Now can we mute him, please? Alright, do I just give up on Invis because we just can't land it? Come on, mute. That was 4 mutes, and they all failed. Come on, Landshaft. Thank you. We did it. We muted him. Okay. Now it's Invis time. We're going to Invis Dave 4 times. Then I have 8 fogs. Do I do 3 on the red mages and 2 on the fighter? I don't know if somebody started counting. Hey Zapnos, welcome on in. Yep, it's not often we get to use fog, but with these challenge runs, fog isn't an awful spell. We would rather use ruse, but we can't cast ruse. I'm going to save 2 cures. Alright, let's start meleeing. Astos has 168 hit points. Let's say we're at 10-ish now. We've got a ways to go. It's a miracle if we land a critical hit on him, so it's not something I expect to see. When you have a 0.5% chance to crit, your chance of critting is not great. It will be pretty neat if we can get a critical hit. If we crit, I hope it's a fighter. But, you know, a red mage critting for 12 is acceptable too. I'm just gonna hold down the A button, and hopefully we get into an RNG loop where Landshaft crits. It's probably not that likely, but you never know. If I can get him to crit every 10 or 15 rounds, you know, that's cool. So yeah, Mute will pretty much neuter Astos for the entire fight. "75% of the time he tries to cast spells. The other 25% he will melee us. And when he tries to melee, well, my top fighter has 4 casts of Invis on him, so he's very difficult to hit. And everybody else has increased absorption, so they probably won't take much damage. But once Astos goes down, we can go acquire some real weapons and actually level up. Alright, if we are in an RNG loop, then it's possible that Landshaft crits here in the next couple rounds. Like, I don't know exactly how many rounds we're in since the last critical hit. Every time Landshaft swings, I get hopeful to see that critical hit again. But looks like we might not have hit it. Or maybe I just wasn't waiting long enough. Alright, we are now in a loop. Well, I think it's a loop. It's not 100% that it is a loop, but it probably is. And if that's the case, then each loop, FF8 is only taking 1 point of damage. I wouldn't call mute strategies on Astos that rare. If you use white mages, mute is a pretty common strategy. Now, is it better to just nuke Astos to death? Yes. It is much faster to just cast some spells on him that deal damage and take him out in 2 to 3 rounds compared to this. But we will beat Astos. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of persistence. We'll sit here punching him until he gives us the crystal to give to Montoya. That's all we're here for, Astos. Give us that crystal and we'll leave you alone. There's the 1 damage that FF8 takes. Once we do our 3rd critical hit, how much damage are we probably up to? I mean, Astos could just give us the crystal and we'll leave him alone. But he's not going to. He wants to slowly die to the hands of a red mage, punching him to death. The fighters are helping, but a large chunk of this damage is from Landshaft. Is it this next round where he crits? Alright, that's 3 loops. I'm not counting how much damage we're doing for the rest of the time. Maybe Astos is going for the crown so he can find the tail and evolve. Maybe. He wants to become a large sprite. Well, I believe we've been in this battle for 10 minutes now. On this singular attempt. Punching things is about as you'd expect them to be. Slow. Very slow. Yes, RNG loops can definitely be multi-rounded. If you hold down the A button long enough, you can find an RNG loop. If your characters don't die. because there's only 256 possible values of the RNG. So eventually it's going to loop around to the same number again. It's just how many rounds does it take? You know, if we're on like a 12 or 15 round RNG loop, that just means every, you know, like 12 rounds we end up back on the first number again. Astos has 168 hit points. I believe this is the round where Landshaft crits. Hiya! That is our 4th critical hit from Landshaft. Are you factoring in our amazing critical hit? I have no idea how long it's going to take. I have not been counting our damage. We're getting a critical hit of 12, probably about every 12 to 15 rounds. So that probably gives us like an average of 3 damage a round, if you factor that in, maybe? I wouldn't trust tape to hold an RNG loop. Look at that. Astos down. Easy peasy. Give me my weapons. Time to go rob Melmont. Hey Charm, welcome in. We're gonna be the first person ever to buy Falchons from them. They were like, nobody ever gets these weapons. We'll take 4? Okay, we're actually only gonna get 3. Well, he's already chosen his profession. That's true. Dancing on tables would be, not much of a surprise for something that we would have done as children. We did do lots of dumb things. Guys, these are imps. We don't want to beat anything else to death with our fists. We really, really want to get some swords. Because that was the hardest part of the run taken care of. We made it past the wizards and Astos. It took a little while. Honestly, the wizards took me longer than Astos. Because I had to keep resetting. Because I got 4 wizards 3 times in a row. So that made the wizards take longer than Astos. And if I would have decided to hit level 10 to get fast for Astos, we would still be punching down ogres or hyenas. I don't think we'd be level 10 still. I mean, it took me an hour to go from level 2 to 5. And that's to only gain 3 levels. I could teach both of my red mages Cure 2? Do I want to do that? I do? But I think I'm going to skip it. I need to make sure I have enough money to buy our falchions. I will eventually use Cure 2, just not yet. The junction system's actually pretty simple. It's just kind of annoying. The fact that the game... It's a weird game. Because junctioning system is all about just finding the correct spells to put on the correct stat. And if you put the right spells on the right stat, you have a lot. You end up with a lot of stats. Yes, it does discourage you from using magic. I don't think I ever cast a spell in like any time I played FF8. I always hold on to all of my magic because you just want to junction it all. I think 8 had some cool ideas, but they weren't necessarily all implemented the best. I've beaten 8 multiple times. The card game was okay. I felt it was too easy when the random rule wasn't a thing. But with the random rule, ooh boy. The Rune Sword! Quick! We have attack power! I personally enjoyed the 9-card game better than the 8-card game. The random rule was very annoying, but I know there are ways to get rid of the random rule all the time. But yeah, it just... Eight cards just... I don't know, it was... Overall, I don't know. I thought it was fine. Like, I enjoyed playing the cards in 8. I did. I didn't like the idea of turning cards into items, which is actually a really good strategy. Because you turn cards into items, then you turn items into spells. That way you don't have to draw magic for the rest of your life. But that's part of why I don't really replay 8. I played it, I did have fun in it, but I don't feel a need for me to want to play it again. I just remember the non-stop grind/hoarding of things. And that's enough for me to just be like, yeah, I'm good. Yes, there's also the lengthy summon animations. You can get the ability to boost the summons, yeah. But who likes mashing buttons as quickly as possible? That's generally not a mechanic that I enjoy. I'd much rather have timed button presses or something like that over mashing as fast as possible. I definitely don't enjoy mashing of anything. Okay, now we get to buy some Falchons, then do a bit of an XP grind. Look at this cheap garbage. I mean, the amazing weapon that is the Falchon. So yeah, we've got 30-37 and 27-32. Not as good. but at least we have weapons now. Just because we can, we're gonna beat up some sharks. Maybe. We didn't do that much damage, but we tried. That top shark has 3 hit points. And the bottom shark has like 18 or 8. Level 6. I mean, there's lots of things in 8 that I don't feel like were the greatest. Let's just fight. Hopefully my red mage doesn't get focus fired down. I mean, they definitely tried lots of new things in Final Fantasy games over the years. 8 was no exception. Okay, let's throw out a tent. Just to make sure that we don't die. So my goal here is to hit level 11. At level 11, I'll have 4 casts of fast. And then I should be able to beat up Lich with that. I could potentially go earlier. Level 10 is probably doable. I mean, I think 8 is a good game. I wouldn't classify it as one of the bad Final Fantasies. I definitely enjoy 9 better, and I personally believe that 9 is a better game, but I wouldn't say that 8 is bad. Honestly, I wouldn't say most Final Fantasies are bad. 2 could be better. Do I... Let's just try to keep Landshaft alive, I guess. Like, for my opinion, for the worst Final Fantasies, it's not even like that they're really that bad. Like, if you think about for its time, I guess 2 wasn't terrible. You know, they were trying their own unique stuff, it just didn't work out the greatest. So if we're thinking time-wise, then yeah, that 2 I guess is okay. And there's always the storyline that goes along with the Final Fantasy games, which is a big part of it, not just combat. And if you keep that in mind, they all have their charms. Even some that aren't like my favorites, I can see why other people would like them. I mean, I could do a ranking of Final Fantasies. For my opinion, like for my favorites. maybe I will do a video one day. Alright, let's start off with bucklers. I will purchase a bunch of armor. Then I'll move on to purchasing heals, pures. I guess I could probably pick up like some tents or something. But yes, I could do a potential ranking for my thoughts on each Final Fantasy. Now I'd have to think about how I want to do it. Like, do I just, or maybe I could do multiple different, like, ideas with that. I could just list my favorites. Then I could also possibly do like a breakdown. Like my favorite Final Fantasies, I tend to say 13 now, is my current favorite. It used to not be 13. At one point in time, FF6 was my favorite. But then, after a while, it became 13. And right now, if I picked my favorite down to least favorite, I'd say probably FF13, then probably 9, 10, maybe I put 1 above 6, just because I play 1 so much now. That not calling it one of my favorites just has to be a mistake at this point. Even though I don't necessarily think it's as good as like 6, I just enjoy playing 1 more. So I have to consider it up there. I think 6 kind of dropped in rankings for me just because as I've gotten older, I've just enjoyed lots of other Final Fantasies more. Like 6, the coolest part of 6 is the vast number of characters on the party and how they're so different. And they all have their own little story and stuff, and the world of Balance / Ruin is pretty cool. But outside of that, there's like not really a whole lot to the game. Like, the big thing that sets it apart that's different for gameplay-wise is what? Espers? And that's honestly just like just a piece of equipment that you put on. Which, you know, isn't really anything major. And it's also the only way your characters gain any stats when they level up, which is kinda lame. I don't know, I guess over time, my opinions on it have just not necessarily gotten worse, but my opinions of the other games have gotten better, I guess. If that makes sense. I've just learned over time to enjoy more things in the other games. but those would probably be my top Final Fantasies. Then, like, the ones that are just good would be, let's see, 7, 3, 4 on the lower end of good, but still there. 5 also on the lower end. And 3 is only there for, like, the Pixel Remaster version. I thought the Pixel Remasters 3 was pretty good. But I guess you could clump it close to 5-ish still. Just because it does have some annoying Toad mini things that just always irk me playing it casually. I guess that would be like my middle group. Then the bottom group for me would be 2, 12, 15. And I haven't played 16, so I cannot put it in the list. Oh, 8. 8 would be in the acceptable, like the middle ground. And I left out the MMOs because it is very difficult to rank the MMOs because they have changed so much over time. If we talk about when the MMOs were very first released, 11 would be by far up there at like my top favorite. Like, the time it was released, I loved that game. I played it non-stop every day for many, many years. And FF14 on release was awful. I forced myself to play it every day for a while, and it was just agony. Even when the game was being free to play, I just couldn't get myself to even log into the game because it was so bad. Then I did replay it many years later. And yes, it was better then. But the damage was done. A Realm Reborn is definitely a whole different game. Now, if I was going to rank the Final Fantasies, like do a true ranking system, I would probably have to rank them on every version of the game. Or at least, like, the popular versions of the games. And why I think each one is in a better place than the others. Some of the GBA games are great. GBA FF1 is good. PSP FF1 is really good. Now, did they fix all of the problems of the original game? No. But I still felt like they were good games. The bonus content in 6 was good. I don't really remember 4's bonus content, honestly. I do remember FF2's bonus content. It was fine, I guess. It didn't make or break the game, it was just something extra to do. So if I really want to earn money, like I need 8K if I want to buy both the red mages their fast spells. So we're definitely stronger now than we were before. Now that we have weapons, we can actually kill some enemies. It's great. The red mages will get an extra swing soon. But yeah, 2 of these weapons are going to be our final weapons. We only have 2 more weapon upgrades, and there's only 1 of each of them. We have 1 flame sword we can pick up in the ice cave. And then the Vorpal Sword. Hey, 8 count, welcome on in. I wouldn't say that I play all of the Final Fantasies. I have played all of them except for 16, yes. And I've even played a good amount of the spin-off games. And I've played all of the sequels. Besides the most recent 7 remake. I haven't played that yet. I played the first part of the 7 remake, but I haven't played Rebirth yet. I'll get around to it eventually. I'm just gonna wait until it's on Steam. I'm not buying a PS5. I'm kind of over the console age of gaming. I am perfectly happy using a controller while playing games on my computer. But I'm tired of having to buy new consoles and fight between which console gets what game, and it's just too much. Then having to struggle with your limited storage space on said console, limited options for doing anything on the games. Like, it's just, let me play things on a computer. I am actually one of the weird people that grew up in the 90s, but did not play Chrono Trigger. Okay, I played it, but when I played it as a kid, I ended up getting lost, and I couldn't figure out where to go, so I never finished the game. And I ended up putting it down, and I just still to this day haven't gotten around to actually finishing the game. A lot of people love Chrono Trigger. I just haven't, you know, I think if I would have not been lost as a kid, then I would have enjoyed the game more. But I didn't actually own it on the Super Nintendo. I only played somebody else's game and ended up, you know, not finishing it. I mean, most games are faster than a solo thief run. That's kind of playing the game with a major handicap. It is nice that we can deal melee damage now. The red mages just need one more level. I'm pretty sure at level 9, do they get 2 swings? I guess I could check. Let me see. How much accuracy do the red mages have? Yep, 31. So as I figured, once they hit 9, they'll have 2 swings. Then the red mages will actually be able to help a bit more for killing off the enemies. I mean, the red mages are why we got past Astos and the wizards. I plan to grind here until I hit level 11. At level 11, I'll have access to 2 fast spells on each of my red mages. So I'll have 4 fast spells for Lich. And I think that'll be enough to get me all the way to the end game. To grab the Vorpal Sword, and then start, you know, the eye grind. I could attempt to fight Lich now. I think I could possibly win. I could. It'll be risky, I'll probably have to make multiple attempts. But I think it's possible. We would need a lot of Rune Sword critical hits. But I don't want to try to just hope for the Rune Sword to crit a bunch. With a bunch of fast casts, our damage output will skyrocket. See, now that the red mages have 2 swings, they are much more helpful. Their average damage is of course lower than the fighters, but they help. Maybe I just hit level 10. Maybe I only get 2 casts of fast. I mean, 11 does make it a bit easier for us to get through the ice cave without having to worry about our fighters' hit points being too low. Miss? You're not supposed to miss both swings? I probably don't need to heal, but it's fine. So I do get to decide on if I want to purchase more armor for my fighters, or just say they're good enough. Because I still have 3 pieces of silver gear I can buy for the fighters. I still have an extra shield, helmet, and gauntlet I could buy. I do want to hang on to 8k, just so that I have enough money to purchase the red mage's spells. And I also need to go potion shopping. I need some tents, I need some heals, and I probably need some piers too. Buying Cure 2 also wouldn't be bad for getting past Lich. I think I just hit level 10 and call that good enough. If I double fast the fighters, then Cure 2 each of them, and I just try to keep the fighters alive, I think... But can they do enough damage before they get hit by slow? That's the question. This might get us to level 10. Dave, you better do some work. I think the fighters will hit level 10 here. Alright, I think that's good enough. Let's go head to Elfland to purchase Cure 2s and Fast. This will give me level 11 on the red mages. Wow, and we miss. Alright, the mages got level 10. They now have one cast of level 4 magic. I'm going to go to the Inner Sea because I want to go to Canaria after Elfland. Red wizards technically learn level 8 spells. They get level 8 spell charges, but they don't get any level 8 spells. Red wizards do learn level 7 magic. They can cast a rub and Ice 3. Both of those are actually good spells, too. Oh, and red wizards get 9 charges and everything, except for level 8 spells, where they only get 8? They only get 7 or 8. I think they get 8. Alright, I need to buy tents. I want to say I have like 2 tents. Yeah, they can't really cast any spells that are level 8. So them learning level 8 spells is kind of pointless. But they do get the spell charges. I personally feel like they should be able to cast something at level 8. None of the good spells. But let them learn Stop, Exfer, definitely not Cure 4. Cure 4 being white wizard only is good. Zap isn't like the strongest spell, and neither is XXXX, but I don't think it makes sense giving those to the red wizard. No heal spells. I don't think the red mage should get any heal spells. That is also a task that is good for the white mage. The red mage is already way better than the other 2 mages. We're gonna get our revenge on these wizards. The first time we fought them, it was a pretty lengthy battle, but this time it'll be much, much quicker. Guys, you're level 10. You've got a pretty good chance of running away. Don't fail to flee, please. I hope to beat this today, but there's no guarantee. I'm planning on doing the whole run today. I only need to level up one fighter, and I don't even need to level them to 50. We're definitely past the lengthy part of the run. Beating Astos was the longest part. But still, beating up Chaos with the Vorpal Sword isn't, like, the easiest task. The Vorpal Sword isn't, you know, that good. There's a reason why nobody actually uses it. Except in, like, randomizer. I did kill Chaos with nunchucks, but honestly that was a fluke. Chaos was too nice when I was using the nunchucks. I don't know how I beat him first try. Bat? Okay. The Vorpal Sword does not have the attack power of an ice sword. No. If that was the case, it could actually be usable. I think, going by memory, I don't have anything pulled up here. Going off of memory, I want to say it's like 24 attack power, which is stronger than the Cat Claw barely. I'll check in a moment. There is no story of why the Vorpal is bad. It was just supposed to be a weapon with a high critical hit ratio, which ended up not being the case. 24 hit? Okay, that's what I thought, yeah. So it has 2 more attack power than the Cat Claw, with 10 less accuracy. If we're comparing it to a Cat Claw. The wizards were a bit easier that time. Beep beep. Beep. There's a lot of things in this game that don't work as they were supposed to. Yes, it's weaker than the Flame Sword with higher critical hit ratio. Which is why my main fighter is going to be using Vorpal. Flame Sword will be on my second fighter. Beep beep, beep, beep beep beep, bat. And the Flame Sword is usable by red mages even. But yet the Vorpal Sword is class change only. If thieves could use the Vorpal Sword, at least it would have a niche. The Flame Sword is a fine weapon. It's not as good as the Ice Sword, but at least it is a usable weapon. It is oftentimes going to be one of your best weapons when you get to it. Beep beep bat. I mean, if you play the game in the intended order, Concussed Gamer, you're actually supposed to go to the volcano before Ice Cave. And in the volcano, there's an Ice Sword also. And there are multiple weapons that outclass the Ice Sword. There's Masamune. Then there's Excalibur. Then there's Katana, but that's more of a dagger. So we'll say the Defense Sword. And then the Sun Sword. There are 5 weapons that outclass the Ice Sword. The Ice Sword is a powerful weapon. And 39 attack power is not correct. I believe it is 29. I don't have a weapon chart open right now. Alright, we are just cruising along now. Lich is up next. Hopefully we beat him in one try. I think we can. Oops. The ultimate weapon is actually not even that good of a weapon in GBA. It may have a high attack power, sure, but it doesn't deal bonus damage against any enemies. It has a pretty low critical hit ratio. The Barbarian Sword is the strongest in PSP. I don't remember what's the strongest weapon in GBA. Hey look, Highness! I didn't play GBA and PSP as much as some of the other versions. Let's put my steps back on track. Beep beep. I could potentially do a full bestiary run of some of those games at some point in time, but those are long runs that require good luck. Maybe one day I would do one, but it's definitely not something I have planned right now. I don't like walking around looking for Warmac for 2 hours straight. That's just not fun to me. And yes, the 4/5 bonus dungeons are relatively random and would take a lot of practice to get through them in a reasonable amount of time. Because there are patterns that you can notice, but it's still quite random. And that would take me playing those games a lot to get them down. Could I do like a casual play of me running through them and doing everything? Sure, I could. But for like an actual speed run of it, it would take some time of practicing them for a long period of time. I don't remember what's the best weapon for each character, so I can't say. I've played through those games all casually, but I haven't played them enough to have everything memorized. Beep beep. Man, I've been getting poisoned a lot. I thought I had enough peers for the rest of the game, but I've been getting poisoned like 2 times in every single fight. Which is not what's supposed to happen. Beep beep. Bat blockade. Ow. You don't have to crit me, troll. That's rude. Alright, our last poisonous encounter of the dungeon. It has max enemies. This isn't looking good. The top 3 characters are really the only ones that have a chance of running away. The bottom one technically has a chance, but the chance is so low that I might as well just kill off some of the enemies with him instead. If you know he ever hits his target. Dave? You get a chance to flee. Thank you. Beep beep, Mr. Bat. Out of my way. Beep beep. Mr. Bat. Get out of the way, Mr. Bat. Beep beep. Beep beep. Alright, let's put the fighters down here. It may seem weird throwing the red mages into the top slots, but I don't want them to be meleeed and paralyzed. Oh yeah, we got this. No problem. That's already 3/4 of Lich's HP gone. Whatever, just fight. He has less than 60 hit points left. Okay, so turn 1 was a fluke. Alright then. Well, we had no casualties because we have enough HP to survive an Ice 2. Guaranteed. Lich actually isn't that threatening. Once you get past his Ice 2, he doesn't really do any damage to you for many turns. It's all that Ice 2 that is threatening. As long as your characters have 161 hit points, they shouldn't be dying to Lich. And at level 10, we're guaranteed to have that much HP. Which was another reason that level 10 was kind of ideal. We did have some real strong hits on turn 1. Now turn 2 and 3, even turn 4, we didn't do any damage, but we did over 300 on round 1. Whatever, we'll fight this. We do still want to hit level 11. At level 11, we'll have enough HP to survive XXXX on FF8. Dave, sadly, isn't going to have enough hit points. Dave is slacking a bit. So I'm gonna buy enough heals now that I don't need to buy any heals again for a while. Ideally until after our ice cave dive. So ordeals shouldn't be too bad. If we get 2 zombie Ds, it could be a little deadly, but we should be fine. If I fight 3 zombies, I'll probably fast a fighter. And then fast on the zombie D. Then in Ice Cave, we've got a couple options. I could just double fast the fighters, which is probably the best idea. Or I could try to mute the eye. The eye should be pretty vulnerable to being muted. But I've had him resist in the past, and then I just die. Alright, I don't feel like buying any more heals. My head is tired. We'll be back later, cure potions. I never had any kind of turbo controller or anything while growing up. But I also refused to use heal potions. Unless it was completely necessary. I was a hoarder for a very long time. I was one of those people that refused to use like elixirs and mega elixirs on the final boss. Because I just always wanted to have all of my consumables. I don't know why. Just collect them and just look at them. But now I'm not afraid to throw items left and right. Hey Snow the Dragon, welcome on in. I think it was common for a lot of us back in the day to just hoard all of our items. But as I've gotten older, I don't mind throwing out items all the time. I mean, like, in this, I waste houses all the time. Even before I can really afford them. My playstyle has definitely changed over time. I think speedrunning has definitely changed how I look at games and how I play them. I don't mind just throwing consumables all the time now. Yes, being in the Chaos Shrine is the end of the playthrough. There are a bunch of bosses all at the end of the game there. And once you beat them all, the game will be finished. Depending on the version of the game you're playing, the pass can be relatively easy or quite difficult. Yes, when you're in the past, you get to refight some enemies. Don't do that. Walk around. I almost picked up the heal staff. That would not be a good idea. But yeah, it's hard to say what you should really be expecting without knowing a version of the game you're on. A pixel remaster? Okay. Pixel remaster is not too bad for most of the fights. If you start to struggle on a specific enemy, you can let me know and I can give you some hints on ways to get past him. Lots of people playing the Pixel Remaster get stuck on one specific boss. It's good if you've stocked up on items, because some of them are very useful. And no matter what level you are, you can beat the game at your current level. Lots of people that don't understand the game, if they start to struggle, their first go-to is, I have to gain more levels to win. And that is not always the case. Because you can definitely beat the game at a low level with proper strategies. Alright, let's get some soft potions. Now we can go into the ice cave. And in the ice cave, we can get ourselves a weapon upgrade. Technically our highest damage output weapon. But yeah, Merilith isn't too difficult. Her melee attacks can be painful. But besides that, her spells are not that threatening. And there are ways to mitigate the enemy's basic attacks from beating you down. If you feel like enemies are hitting your characters too hard with melee attacks, you can always spam the Protectra spells. And in case you didn't know, the buffs like Temper and Saber and Protectra and all that stuff, they do stack. So you can stack Protectra if you want your characters to get hit for less damage with melee attacks. It is a very powerful strategy. Every time you cast Protectra, your characters will take 10 less damage per swing from the enemy. The first couple casts don't do much, but once you've stacked a few, the enemy can go from hitting you for 300 a swing down, or not 300 a swing, sorry, for totaling for 300 damage down to like hitting you for, 6 damage. It is kind of cool being able to use some of the added features that they put into the game. I personally like using the new music, because the music, in my opinion, is the best part of the Pixel Remaster. And if you have on the old music on the final battle of the game, you're also missing out on the final boss's music theme. Can you guys please run away? This has been a pretty bad dungeon. Alright. Now that I used up all of my healing magic from one random encounter, maximum enemies and an ambush. Oh joy. I mean, you can do that, Kevin. I generally wouldn't recommend most people that are casually playing through the game to just up and mod their game on their first playthrough. But it is something you can do. It's an option. The haste spell does not stack. Temper stacks. Haste is a special case where it doubles your swings. The only time casting more than one haste does anything is if you get hit by slow first. but haste is on a 2-count system. Before you have haste in effect, your haste counter is at 1. I don't want to get that. Once you cast haste on somebody, their haste counter becomes 2, and it doesn't go higher than 2. If you get hit by slow 2 or slow, it goes down. So it's just, it can be at 0 to 2. If you're at 0, you swing 1 time no matter what. If it's at 1, you swing your normal number of swings, and at 2, you hit your maximum number of swings, which is doubled. So if your red wizard swings 6 times, casting fast will make him swing 12 times. I don't think we're gonna hit 11 here. Maybe. Let me heal up, I guess. I fought minimum enemies on all of the frost giants. I think it's still enough to level us, barely. Oh, Dave at 301. Okay. Good job, Dave. I guess I could have upgraded that copper gauntlet earlier, but oh well. Yeah, I've got no cures, so... Yep, the Masamune. It is the most powerful weapon in the game. By raw attack stats, at least. Get wrecked, I. That's up to you. Technically, your knight could use the Excalibur if you picked it up, which is the second strongest weapon in the game. If you want to attack with your red wizard, then it is a larger upgrade for your red wizard. So that's up to you. Yes, every class can equip it. Even a white wizard. Sorry, even a white mage can equip it. And the black belt can equip it. It can make anyone deal better melee damage. Now it is a powerful weapon, so you should only be giving it to people that you plan on attacking with. Alright, well, we now have the airship, and I can finally start looting some dungeons and get us closer to the Vorpal Sword. Now, if you stocked up on items, like you were mentioning earlier, you can actually increase those number of swings past 12. There's actually an item in the game called the Speed Drink. And if you make your character take a speed drink, they'll increase their number of swings by 1. For most normal characters, in the Pixel Remaster version of the game, you can get up to 8 swings, then fasted it becomes 16. That is your maximum number of hits per round. Class change does not give us access to any new weapons until we pick up the Vorpal, I guess. But it will give us more spells and more armor. The Vorpal Sword is going to help out our damage a lot. It is far better than the Rune Sword, but it's definitely not a great weapon. The final boss is the next boss, that is correct. Chaos. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Alright, I can afford 1 pro ring. It's not much. Or can I afford 2? I did pick up all that money. 2. Hey, Perspective Penguin, welcome on in. Thanks for the good luck. We're past the difficult parts of the game. Getting past Astos was the difficult part of this run. We had to punch him to death until we could get our weapons. I still have all 4 of the other sword sprites to do, because I never finished the short sword challenge. Then I've got the long sword, the knight sword, and the katana. Yes, the katana is a dagger sprite. I'm talking about the sword that looks like a katana, which is the scimitar and the Masamune. If you're talking about the only thing that does any damage on your character's attacks is flare, then yes. That is because Chaos, you actually have to buff your stats in order to do any damage to him. Chaos has 100 absorption, meaning he absorbs the first 100 damage your characters deal to him with every single swing. So the only way to deal any melee damage to him is by buffing your character's stats. If you don't buff their stats, they won't do any damage. Yes, the difference of strength between the scimitar and the Masamune is pretty massive. Now just think about that. Whenever I do that challenge, I get to beat down Kraken 2 with a scimitar. Before I can finally go get the Masamune. Do we see Out of Bounds Bat? We do. Out of Bounds Bat was quite out of bounds today. Why would I use 2 thieves when there's red mages? I have done a staff-only challenge, yes. In the staff-only challenge, I beat down Chaos with the Power Staff. Red mages can use every weapon that the thieves can use, except for the katana. Oops. Well, I guess they can technically use every weapon that the thieves can use. Not the ninja, though. Hi, Mr. Bat. Yes, the red mages can use every single sword in the early game. Depending on your team setup there, Snow, it might be challenging for you to survive many rounds with Chaos. If you don't have a white wizard that can heal non-stop, then you're probably going to struggle keeping your entire party alive. There are many ways to get past Chaos. Yeah, the red wizard cannot heal on Chaos. He cannot keep up for the amount of damage that Chaos dishes out, which means you are going to have people die. Hopefully you stacked up on Giant's Tonics. Giant Tonic is an item you can use to increase a character's max HP by 200. You can throw that on characters to increase their max HP, so that when you use items like X potions and elixirs, that you can max out their HP very quickly. And you can definitely beat the game without having a real healer. In fact, in speedruns, we beat the game without a healer. And you don't have to use giant tonics on your entire party. If you just use one on a character you plan on dealing all of your damage with, like if you plan on using your knight to do all of your damage, just give the knight the best weapon you have, and just prioritize on buffing him, then you're good to go. Chaos is a real slap in the face for a lot of people that aren't prepared and didn't learn how to use a lot of the mechanics that are in the game. Square did a very poor job on teaching people how to play FF1 in the Pixel Remaster. Because it starts off at, you could kind of do whatever you want, every strategy works very easily, then you get the Chaos and it's like, oh, I guess I just die. Well, you can make your red mage beat Chaos. You're just going to need to use some giant tonics to increase his max HP. Because if his max HP is like 400 or 500, you aren't going to get past Chaos. You're going to want to increase that a lot. Yep, that's about where I'd expect it to be. So yeah, you're going to want to throw 3 Giant's Tonics on him to increase his max HP by 600. And your whole goal is just, with your party comp, is just going to be keep the red wizard alive. You know what would help? If I revived my last guy. And if you want him to not die to Chaos's melee attacks, you can put up some Protectras. It's not necessary, but it will reduce Chaos's melee damage a bit. It's also hard to stack Protectras if you don't have a good healer, though. So if you remember the Oasis where you bought that bottle, that guy sells all of your important tonics. He sells giant tonics to increase your max HP. He sells speed drinks to increase your number of swings. He sells protect drinks to increase your character's defense. He sells strength tonics to make it so characters like your fighter can throw temper spells onto your red wizard. The merchant sells a lot of important stuff. Now, a lot of people don't know that when they play through the game casually. You're going to want at least 3, yes. You can buy more if you want to use them on your other characters, but 3 is the bare minimum. Each tonic increases your HP by 200, and you want his max HP to be as close to 999 as you can get. Because Chaos can hit like a truck. And it also doesn't hurt for you to gain a couple levels on your way out of the dungeon. You know, maybe you can get your red wizard's HP up to 400. Yep, that is an acceptable amount. You should be perfectly fine with that many. But yeah, it depends on how many characters you want to try and keep alive. The more characters you have alive, the more difficult it's going to be to keep everyone alive. The Chaos fight isn't as simple as every other battle in the game. The tonics are only in the game in GBA and onwards. They are not a thing on the NES. I mean, you can try and just hold A and win, but it's not gonna work against Chaos until you're like level 90 with a bunch of black belts. Yeah, the game does, like I said earlier, the game does a terrible job at teaching you how to play the game. Because every other fight in the entire game is pathetically easy. So you don't have to use any strategy to beat any other monster. Then all of a sudden people get the chaos and they're like, I don't know what to do, I'm just dying. And it's like, yep, well, that's your guys' fault, Square, because you just didn't... The game wasn't challenging for any points in the game where people had to learn to use other, like, abilities. Now, with that said, it is possible to beat the game with a solo character of any class. So it's not like you can get yourself stuck. Because everybody can beat the game, even solo. I know, I've beaten the game as every character class solo. Why am I grabbing this money? I don't need it. Okay, time to drop garbage I don't care about. The Giant Tonic was also in the GBA version and PSP version. When I did the White Wizard run solo, trying to think what I did exactly. It's been a long time. I think I used Fade to get past Carry, mostly. Then grabbed the Masamune for Chaos. That's because a lot of games just don't care about balance. They don't care to teach you mechanics. Like, teaching everybody everything at the beginning of the game doesn't work. You'll never retain that information. But if they teach you the basics at first, then slowly teach you other things, like, hey, you can also do this to make this easier. Actually, let's do that. But yeah, lots of games just don't. They just don't, like, teach you the mechanics. And if they do, a lot of times it's all at the beginning of the game. And then you just get tutorial after tutorial. And at that point you're like, oh my god, just let me play the game. And you're just skipping through the tutorials, or reading them and not retaining any information. I think if tutorials are done right, and you're slowly given them throughout the game, then you can actually gain the knowledge you need to actually beat the game properly. But the problem is, most games don't do that very well. The big thing I see in a lot of RPGs is you just get like 8 tutorials at the beginning of the game, and it's like, here's how you do everything, have fun. Then it's too much, and you don't retain any info. Or there's no tutorials in a game like this. No listen. I mean, that's also another problem, is even when the games have tutorials built in that you can recheck out as you're playing through the game, most of the time people don't care to go back, because as long as they're making it through the game, you know, they're not gonna try and learn anything new by going back and reading old tutorials. I think there's definitely ways to teach people how to play the games. Like, imagine if you got to, like, Astos, and the fight starts up, and they're like, hey, Astos has a large amount of absorption, so your physical attacks aren't going to deal any damage. If you want them to deal damage, you can use the temper spells from your mages to make your fighter stronger, so you can get past his absorption. These spells stack, by the way. And if you don't want to do that, you can also deal damage with magic. Like, you know, they could give you, like, different ways to get past a boss and tell you them, like... Or they could do that same kind of thing on regular enemies. It doesn't even have to be on a boss. You could just fight an enemy that is, like, high absorption. Kind of like what FF10 does, now that I think about it. How 10 teaches you, like, you use RN for fighting, you know, the armored enemies. Use Waka for the flyers. You know, things like that. So you, like, get it into your mind of, hey, look, characters have their own uses for this. Here's ways to get past them. I think teaching players how to utilize status effects early on is a good idea. Well, yes, I'm not saying it's perfect. Giving Yuna strength makes the game super easy. Well, that's why if the game, like, gives you a tutorial against, let's say, a basic enemy, then at least you have knowledge of what you can do. Now, there are plenty of people that want to discover everything on their own, which, you know, is fine. But I think a lot of times having tutorials in games, even if you can choose to skip them, to teach you how to play the game is always a nice thing. I enjoyed finding arts in Legend of Legaia also. To be fair, I never played the first Legend of Legaia, but I played Legaia 2. And I thought it was really cool how that game's combat style was. And think it's really weird how no game since then has ever used that kind of combat. Like, why? But yeah, I haven't played the first one, so I can't say. It was nice how when playing Stranger of Paradise and you were dying to bosses, you could get optional hints. You didn't have to read them, but it gave you the choice that you could look at hints after you were dying to the boss over and over again. Not that most of those hints were very helpful to me because of my playstyle. I played as a glass cannon, and every fight had like the same strategy for me. You get hit, you die. Don't get hit. Jack Garland is not from Stranger of Paradise. He's in Stranger of Paradise, but he's from Final Fantasy 1. Jack Garland is Chaos. You play as the bad guy in Stranger of Paradise. It is like a spin-off prequel to Final Fantasy 1. But he is from this game. I enjoyed playing Stranger of Paradise, even though it's not my kind of game. I did enjoy it. I thought the story was fine. The game wasn't, you know, a Square mainline game, so it doesn't have like a Final Fantasy story. You know, it had other people working on it that were given an idea what to do and make a different style of game for it, and that's what they did. So with what they were given, I think they did a fine job. I'm not gonna say that it was an amazing game, but I enjoyed it. Yes, knights have very solid hit points. They are your tank. They are also the second best damage dealer as well. So they are a great class. Well, in the Pixel Remaster, they're the second best damage dealer. In the NES version, they are the best damage dealer. Yes, the Master is the best damage dealer. Alright, here are our ultimate weapons. The Master is the best damage dealer in the Pixel Remaster because they decided that they wanted to buff the black belt way too much? I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but yeah. Alright. Do I go grab the dragon armor now? Nah. Yes, the black belt is just punch things, they die. Very simple. The black belt is not supposed to be a glass cannon, no. They are supposed to be a character class that gets stronger as they level. Which, you know, is the case. Because they gain absorption with every level. It's just that they don't gain it fast enough for it to be useful early on. And then once it is finally a little bit useful, it quickly becomes outclassed by just regular old equipment that you put on mages. The black belt is stronger than the fighter at level 1 in the Pixel Remaster. Yes. Having 401 HP, you'll have 999 with Giant's Tonics, with 3 of them. Yes, they buffed the black belt a lot in the Pixel Remaster version. You never need weapons on him. Starting off unarmed, you're punching Garland for 40 damage at level 1. While the fighter can hit for like 15 to 20. Protect cloaks / rings are good, yes. Protect cloaks are the best shields for all of the mages, and protect rings are the best defense for the hand slot for all character classes, including the knight. Let's do this. There are no benefits to the Opal Gauntlet, no. The Opal Gauntlet is completely inferior to the Pro Ring. Okay, that looks good. Alright, time to gain some levels. Dave is our first character to have 3 swings because he's got the super powerful Vorpal Sword. I'm going to get my red mages up to 17 probably. No, I will only be leveling 1 character to 43. The red mages? I'm trying to decide. Every team composition can beat the game. Is your team composition the easiest to beat the game with? No. Because your team lacks white magic, but you can still beat the game perfectly fine. The best strategy for that team is to have everybody buff the knight. If everybody buffs the knight can quickly just take down chaos. But yes, if you want to beat up chaos with the red wizard, you can. It's just going to take more work. You're gonna have to think of everybody else as a support. So you're going to want to have your characters buffing the red mage every single turn. The level cap in the Pixel Remaster is 99. Getting past chaos is all about buffing your characters. I should give the red mage the better weapon. Yeah, I don't have warp yet, I don't have life yet, but that's okay. I'm not worried about it. I don't really like leveling mages higher level than I need to. I'll probably get one red mage up to like 16, but 17. 17 smarter. Maybe even 18. If I get the red mage up to 18, he'll have 3 cure 3s. I have done an all chests open run, yes. I actually have done 2 different versions of it. I've done as intended and all chests. In the as intended run, I opened up every single treasure chest in the game, even the ones that have nothing in them. Then the all chest run, I just opened every chest that has loot in it. Yep, linked chests are a thing. Well, luckily for you, Snow, in the Pixel Remaster version, they do let you know how many chests you've opened, and there are no missable chests in this game. Alright, my next 2 random encounters are going to be mages. I'm not too worried about the mage encounters. As long as I have 2 characters alive, they're not really a threat. Man, using the Vorpal Sword is so much better than those nunchucks were. And the Flame Sword is not a bad backup weapon. So my plan is to get Dave up to 43. Burp up to 18? I'll do 17 now, then I think I can just hit 18 a little later. Then FF8, I'm gonna get up to 23. And poor Landshaft. He was carrying me early on, but he just happened to be my red mage that got petrified, so I think I'm just going to let him be the low-level mage. Alright, I want the red mage to become petrified. Then I will leave him petrified for a while. If I can't get him petrified, I might just get him killed off. In fact, I should put him in slot 1. The highest chance of being hit by glance is with him in slot 1. As soon as he hits 18, I'll unequip the pro ring. I'd rather him become a statue, but if he needs to become a corpse, I'll make him a corpse. Alright, that's 18. Let's try to get him killed off. Perfect. Did I put the correct armor on FF8? I think so. He's got on the opal, right? No, he's got the opal shield though. I mean, he's got the ribbon, but he's got the opal armor. That's fine. Right, I haven't picked up the dragon mail yet. I'll pick up the dragon mail eventually. I was wondering why he still had iron armor. Because we haven't gone to pick up our better armor. I thought about it, then decided against it. I'll pick it up on my way to Tiamat. I don't need it. Now when I get down to a single character, I will need to put on the ribbon onto Dave. The ribbon is going to be needed so that I don't get paralyzed on the off-tile encounters. Well, you can deal much higher than 999 damage. The only thing capped at 999 is your hit points. Even in the original version of the game here, characters can deal more than 999 damage. In fact, last Friday when I was playing, I had my Black Belt Punch Carry 2 / Merilith 2 for 3,500 damage in one attack. And that is actually very easy to do in the Pixel Remaster because buffs work. I've started doing my eye grind differently. In the past, I used to try to avoid the mages at all costs. Now, I don't care about the mages. Because early on in my grinds, I pretty much always have multiple characters alive. If I have multiple characters, just fight the mages, it's fine. But we're gonna be here gaining XP for a while. Alright, I think it's snack time. I don't really feel like these challenge runs have made me a better runner, no. Because most of what happens in the challenge runs isn't something I could really use to translate it into a normal speedrun. Because a lot of times in these runs, it's all about just finding a way to succeed, even if the way to success is slow, which is not really something we can do in a normal run. So I need Dave to gain one more level. Then Dave should be one-shotting the eye pretty regularly. FF8 needs to be 23, then he's going to become a statue. Now, we've got 4 swings with Dave. I'm going to get FF8 up to 4 swings, then he's gonna get killed off. And I'll leave him at level 23 for the rest of the game. And Dave is going to do the heavy lifting. Alright, snack time is over. Back to the game. That's why I struggled there a bit on that random encounter, because I just had one hand. Because I was eating. Alright. Get FF8 to 23, then turn him into a statue. You know what? Let's take off the ribbon for now. Maybe I'll get him turned into a statue early. If I get him turned into a statue early, that's fine. I know I eventually want him to be 23. But he doesn't need to be 23 yet. If I get him close enough, that's fine. At least these fighters can do some damage. That is one thing that we have up against a lot of these other challenge runs, is we can do some damage. I mean, all of the swords we can do something. I think this is one of the more difficult sword challenges. I think this one and katanas are probably going to be the most difficult. The katana one won't start difficult, but it will end difficult. Well, gaining levels does not increase your defense, but gaining levels will give your characters more hit points and more attack power, more swings per round, more spell casts, but you don't gain more defense by gaining levels. Defense is only gained through equipment. If you do want your defense up though in that battle, there is a level 6 spell that's learnable by your red mage called Protectra. And Protectra increases the defense of your whole party every time you cast it. Alright, then there was one. Dave, it would be nice if you could do some damage, please. I know you can one-shot this guy. I've seen you do it before. I need a little bit more attack power from gaining some more levels. Every odd level, Dave will do more damage at each swing. And there's an odd level. More damage for us. Not enough damage, but it's more. Dave, you're supposed to have a good chance at critting. You are failing to crit this guy. See, that's what I like to see. Quick one-round battles. I don't want to be in this RNG loop again. Okay, I'm not in it because I leveled. Oh, nope, I'm still in it. Oh, maybe not. It's a little different one. It's still the same damage numbers, though. Let's... wait a second. Get onto different RNG. Killing the eye in one turn is the way to go. I don't like me ending in 155. At 27, we'll do more damage. I mean, I had to ban a bot earlier, but that's been it. There have been a lot of bots the last few weeks. One day I had like, I don't know, 5 to 7 bots all pop in right in a row. Yesterday I had a few bots pop up too. They've been appearing every day. But yeah, the grind's going alright. Twitch was doing a really good job for a while there. I remember going a long time without any bots. Then they found a way to get past whatever Twitch was doing before. That is true. The bots are just a little annoying, but they're not actually that bad. Yeah, I was never a fan of chain letters or emails of any sort. I've always disliked that kind of stuff. So if I took a wild guess, I would say we probably have 30-ish minutes left. If I just took a guess. It might be more, it might be less. Maybe a little more than 30 minutes. But I think we're getting close to that. This is a long RNG loop of many battles. I'm not a big fan of this loop. I do get a couple one-round kills in there. Of course, leveling up changes the RNG loop. Once I hit 32, I should be able to kill the eyes every round. Not like now where it's only sometimes. I think at 32 it'll be always. Just need that extra swing. In case anyone's wondering, I will be high enough level to damage break chaos slightly. Which means I will be able to deal damage even if I don't critically hit, which is always a bonus. Let's see, how much strength are we going to end with at 43? I'll have 62 strength. So 31, that'll put me at 55. So technically I'll be able to do 10 points of damage a hit without critting. Yeah, auto battle in the Pixel Remaster makes mindless grinding of experience easier. I don't feel like grinding for experience is necessary, but it's something that you can do a lot easier. That's what I said earlier, though, is that in the Pixel Remaster they made it so Chaos is such a giant jump in difficulty compared to every other encounter in the game that most people tend to just gain a ton of levels to get past the difficulty. Yes, I said that earlier, that defense does not go up when you level up. Your defense is only changed by your equipment and by the spell Protectra or the item Protect Drink. Those are the only ways to increase your defense. Now that only affects your physical defense. It does not affect your magical defense. Your magical defense does go up with every level. And when you get the specific thresholds of magic defense, your characters will take slightly less damage from magical damage. Up to a certain point. All of your characters will be capped in magic defense at certain levels, depending on how early you class changed and what classes they are. Alright, next level, we get 5 swings. Is that the encounter I think it is? I think so. I think this is battle number 4. 7. Eight. 9. See, now the eye should go down in 1 turn. I believe this is number 10. If I'm correct, I don't get into a battle in this step. If I'm where I think I am in the encounter table, to be safe, I should resurrect the red mage. A red cloud, welcome on in. Okay, I'm glad I was paying attention. No! Well, that's unfortunate. Well, the eye grind is definitely going to take longer now. Do I... I'm just gonna save. It's fine. It sucks that I accidentally fell. That really ruins the grind. I could have hit 43 without leaving. But I accidentally walked the wrong direction. Well, I might as well revive the red mage. Wait, why am I doing that? That's dumb. Let's go to Melmond. The dialogue of talking to Chaos does not take that long. But I understand it can be frustrating if you have to retry him 40 times. But then again, they didn't allow skipping of anything in that game. Try speedrunning the game hundreds of times. And having to watch the opening cutscene hundreds of times in a row without being able to skip it. It could definitely be worse. Chaos's dialogue does not take that long. Alright, get all of my spells. I don't really care about having Invis on the knights too much, but I will teach it to them anyways. Like I just said, they don't allow skipping of anything in the Pixel Remaster version of the game. It could be worse. There are other places that are much more dialogue that you cannot skip. They didn't want people to skip anything in the game. Why, I don't know, but that was the choice of Square. The cutscene for Chaos doesn't take that long. It's what, 15-20 seconds of dialogue? Try starting the game over multiple times. and rewatching the 2-minute long cutscene over and over and over again. Especially if you watch the 2-minute cutscene, you talk to the king for 30 seconds, you spend 30 seconds killing Garland, then you've got another 4 minutes of cutscene. How do I want to do this? I have 3 warp charges. I think... let's just walk down. Hey Nikki, welcome on in. The challenge is pretty simple. I'm only allowed to deal damage with weapons that look like the Vorpal Sword. Which means I'm only allowed to deal damage with the Vorpal Sword, Flame Sword, Rune Sword, and the Falchon. Which means that I had to beat Astos to death with my fists. You know, Lich wasn't... or Astos wasn't too bad. He honestly wasn't. We could have had fast for Astos, but I didn't. I don't want him to get killed. He has to get petrified. Glance, please. No. Okay, Brack. That works. Alright. Now when I would already be most of the way to 43 if I didn't accidentally take a misstep and fall down. But it happens occasionally. It happens. So I'll just sit here till I'm 43. Use a soft on the red mage, warp out. It's not ideal that I fell down, but it's fine. I actually have enough charges to cast warp once, then revive the other 2. But yeah, this challenge is actually mostly over now. Once I hit 43, we'll be done. I want to say we are like 33? We're 33 now. Wow, I wasted a lot of time by falling down. Yeah, I ran around the world and purchased a few spells, too. So you know, Snow, if you're fully maxed out on your buffs, you're only going to get up to 16 hits, and you're going to be dealing around 1500 to 2000 damage in attack. Chaos has 20,000 hit points. Yep, FF8 has been dead for a little while now. FF8 is the Flame Sword user. FF8 is level 23 currently, and is going to be helping out Dave in the entire final dungeon, and is still going to have an important role on Chaos for dealing chip damage. But also, it's a little late now, but hey Nikki, welcome in. It's, this challenge isn't too bad. It just started rough. If you're not gonna listen, Snow, I'm gonna stop trying to tell you things. I already said multiple times now that he has 20,000 HP. I have done an all-chest run, yes. I have done 2 different versions of an all-chest run. I have a run called All Chests, All Treasure Chests Opened, or something like that, where I opened up every treasure chest that had loot in it. Then I also had one where I opened up every single treasure chest, even the ones that are empty because they are linked chests. That was the As Intended run, where I opened up every treasure chest before getting to the boss of that dungeon in the order that the game expects you to do every dungeon. So yes, I've done all chests in 2 different ways. Yeah, all treasure run. It honestly isn't even that lengthy of a speed run, you know, under 5 hours. Theoretically, the most damage you could do would be a level 50 black belt, meleeing like a wolf with fast up. And if every hit did maximum damage and every hit critically hit, that would be 20 swings of 200 damage doubled to 400. So theoretically 8,000 damage. It's not actually possible because RNG won't allow every single hit to crits and all do max damage. The maximum damage possible is probably like 5,000 or 6,000. Friday, I ended up punching Carrie for 3,500 damage. And Friday I also one-shot Chaos in one attack. Exactly, even. I punched him for 2,000 damage on the dot, which was pretty cool. That's something I had never seen before. I have seen Chaos one-shot, but never exactly 2,000 damage. So this level grind definitely took me longer than I was thinking it was going to. Falling down really hurt me. I mean, yeah, I was able to go learn my spells, but that wasn't like that was necessary or anything. So once I hit 43, I will get our maximum number of swings with the Vorpal Sword, which will be 6. And with 6 swings with the Vorpal Sword, we should crit enough that taking out Chaos shouldn't be that big of a threat. Like, it should be fine. Like, I believe we'll take him out in one try. In fact, against Chaos, I actually plan to put Dave in slot 1. Which is weird, I know. But I think he'll be fine in slot 1. Yes, he might get hit by slow 2, but he'll have a decent chance to resist it. And if he does get hit with slow 2, I'll have an extra fast laying around, so I believe we'll be fine. But yeah, I'll have to talk to No Heal. No Heal could probably figure out what's the highest possible theoretical damage you could ever do to something. I'm not sure what enemy it would have to be. Because you'd want to find an enemy that has very low absorption with preferably low evasion. Maybe a zombie. Maybe if you got a preemptive strike on a zombie so that they can't run away, you fast the black belt in round 1 and punch on the same round or in turn 2. There's probably a damage outcome that does like 6,400 damage. That would be my guess. Yeah, I think zombie is the weakest possible enemy you could fight. I was trying to think about which one would be the best target to fight, and I think zombie's it. Of course, zombie doesn't have a lot of HP, but that doesn't matter. You can overkill him as much as you want. If I remember, or if you'd like to, Chenny-chan, you could ask No Heal in the Discord, and I'm sure he could figure out the exact highest amount of damage possible that could be dealt by a fasted level 50 black belt on a zombie. My guess is 6,400. That's my guess. You know what? There's also a way you can make it so the zombies don't run away. If you have a low-level character at the lead of your party, you can give yourself multiple rounds to try punching zombies. As long as you have, like, you know, a level 1 or 10-ish character in the lead slot. You would be able to have the zombies not run from you, while the black belt just goes hammy-slammy on them. Alright, I'm thinking I can beat the game under 7 hours. That shouldn't be too bad. Because we're like level 40 already. So I've got like 3 more levels to gain. That's another 10-ish minutes. Then I should be able to make it through all of the dungeons to kill the fiends, then beat up Chaos in less time than that. In fact, I'll probably be faster than the knights with knives. We'll see. Two more levels to go. So you still struggling with beating Chaos there, Snow? Once I'm done leveling here, all I need to do is buy some more heal potions. And I think I'm good for the rest of the game. I think I've got enough softs. $42. About 11 more eyes. I could luck out and it's only 10. Alright, this is number 5. Maybe I leave after 5 more, whether I level up or not. Because there will be other fights that I'll be forced to take experience from. The question is, do we beat down Warmech with the Vorpal Sword? I don't need to beat him up. We'll see, maybe. $43 acquired. Alright, let's heal up. Guess I could buy a couple houses. I don't need that many. Let's buy 3. I think 3 should be enough. Alright, let's go beat up Tiamat. I do need a heal helmet. I guess I pick up the one on the 3rd floor. I don't really want the heal helmet. But I'll pick it up. I mean, I also don't really want to go grab, like, the pro cape, but I think I should. Alright, drop iron armor. This'll do for now. Then I'll switch who has the dragon armor. I only can have 3 characters right now resistant to thunder. Good turn order. And Bluety didn't even use thunder. Get wrecked, Bluety. Let's go grab our heal helmet. There's one on the bottom floor too, but I didn't think about it while I was down there, so let's just go grab this one. And let's put it on you and move you back to the bottom. So now I can heal while I try to flee. I do need to grab this ribbon. I don't need the shield. But the ribbon is needed. Then grab the white shirt. The white shirt is amazing. A level life, welcome on in. Alright, let's drop the buckler. I could grab this pro cape, but I'll just wait and grab a pro cape in the past. Hello, sorcerers. We're not too afraid of sorcerers at our level. At 43, they are pretty likely to run away. Guess who we fight in our next encounter? Our good old pal. Look at that, not even ambushed. That's not a great start. Okay, we're doing some good damage with Dave. One more big crit. That wasn't a big crit. Well then. Yep, no fast for Tiamat. I don't want to do this. That is why I normally want to fight Tiamat first, if I'm going to fight Warmech. Let's do this. we will beat down Tiamat. Dave is doing plenty of damage. Alright. See, the Vorpal Sword it's doing okay. A-blocky. Yeah, the Warmech fight was way sketchier than the Tiamat battle, that's for sure. He just had to nuclear me twice. Like the jerk that he is. That's 3 encounters skipped. Four. One more. I could warp outside, use a couple houses, but I'll just use the inn. It's fine. Beep beep. Probably shouldn't have fought Warmech. I had enough steps to not fight him. But you know, in a lot of these challenges, I've just been killing Warmech with each of the weapons just to say that I did it. I mean, I've beaten down Warmech with a power staff. Now the Vorpal Sword. Soon I'll beat him down with the Bane Sword. I mean, is it really an accomplishment when you're using like a level 40 to 50 fighter? You know, maybe not. I could have leveled up my fighter even higher level, but I don't think it's necessary. Alright, we now have all 3 of our ribbons. Heel helmet and white shirt. I'm trying to think. I think I want to throw away a pro ring for the pro cape. Like, I'm not sure about that, but or I could just get rid of the opal helmet. And Dave outspeeds his fast, but he doesn't need it. Kraken should not be much of a threat. We outspeeded both of our fasts. You know what? Two damage from burp. Alright, to carry. Carrie's got the quickest dungeon. Oh, we are not going to kill him before his first Cure 4. No. I don't trust our damage output. I will be trying to kill him between Cure 4s. If we had a real weapon where I could actually do damage, then I could try to beat out Cure 4. But seeing as a level 1 fighter with the Masamune does more damage per swing than with the Vorpal Sword, I think we're just gonna wait. Wait it out. Now, of course, a level 1 fighter wouldn't have as many swings. Should I heal? Nah, we don't need a heal. Just fight carry as is. See, we're fine. Good job, guys, outspeeding the fast spells. Alright, now to buy some heals and enter the final dungeon. If things go as planned, I should beat Chaos under 7 hours. I want to say I need to purchase about 60-ish heals. 62 maybe? I'm not sure. And hopefully we beat him first try, because I've had to pee for a while. I'm going to take the Red Wizard into the final dungeon alive. A lot of times I bring along a statue, but I'm not going to bother with the statue. I'll just believe that he survives. Yeah, I think I dropped my opal helmet. I mean, I could drop a pro ring. Maybe I just drop a pro ring. I'm still not sure. Like, yes, the opal helmet doesn't help me in the chaos battle, but it is better for the rest of the dungeon to have more absorption. You never know when fights go south. We aren't full. There. Problem solved. Well, you get to watch the first attempt at diving the final dungeon. I'm hoping to beat Chaos under 7 hours. I would like to beat him first try. I think I have a good shot at doing so. Unlike the previous attempt, when I was using nunchucks, the Vorpal Sword actually has enough of a critical hit ratio that we should win, no problem. Like, I don't even think we have to get lucky to win. Like with some of the weaker weapons. We should be fine. I believe. Alright, time to swap headgear. I think I just saved my fast spells. Oh yeah, we're doing plenty of damage. Trust in the power of the Vorpal Sword. Ow, that's a little rude, Phantom. I know. Quick, do a Phantom grind. Everyone's favorite. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever trusted in the Vorpal Sword. Unless they're playing randomizer. That's the only time that trusting in the Vorpal Sword could be a viable strategy for success. In the base game, it's just not... it's not powerful. I mean, even with, like, near max level fighter, it's only okay. Now I will get both of the red mages turned to stone in the next battle. ribbons are off. Okay. Well, this might be, painful. Maximum Gurmedusa ambush. Let's take some out. Dave, you run away. FF8, do the only thing you can do. Dave can't run. Alright, I don't think Lich 2 is going to be a problem. And we shall see. Dave didn't resist, but FF8 did. And even though Dave didn't resist, it was only 208. That's a pretty low roll. Now, I bring back Landshaft on Kraken. Not for carry, but for Kraken I'll bring Landshaft back. I did beat FF Tactics yesterday, yes. I did not do the bonus dungeon. Not on this playthrough. It was alright. I don't remember my equipment being stolen / destroyed so often. That was definitely more annoying than I remember. I literally felt like every other to every third mission, somebody was destroying my equipment. And it was frustrating. Let's do this. This is fine. Next turn, carry should go down. So yeah, the next game is not set in stone that I play. Depending on whichever game has the most points by the end of Friday, I will decide, or that's what the cutoff will be for the next game. A 69 420 beep bats. Or bat beeps. Yeah, that's a nice little milestone. I actually greatly enjoyed the 7th Saga. Actually, let's do that. Try to get one fast off, even if Landshaft dies. Nice, double lit 2 is a great opening. I used to like tactics a lot, but I guess over time it's just my enjoyment in games has changed slightly. Like, tactics was fine, but I don't think it was amazing or anything. I'm not sure of what game I would give a masterpiece to. I think giving a game a 10 of 10 is a pretty unachievable goal for me. Let's do that. Yeah. I will do one ruse, invis, fast. it's hard for me to give something like a 10 of 10, like, this game was perfect. Because I always feel like there are ways that it could have been done differently. I mean, if I had to just pick a couple off the top of my head, I would probably say something like Final Fantasy 13 or Ogre Battle 64 or something. Now, are there ways I think those games could be done better? Sure. But they are also probably as close to perfect as we're going to be getting. FF9 and 10 would probably be up there also. FF Driving Simulator, yeah, that wasn't one of my favorites at all. Alright, so... Chaos. Give me this, give you that. I think I want to do that. Alright. Chaos time. Let's get up a ruse. You try to fast. You white shirt. And you fast. That's right, we're gonna try to Vorpal down Chaos. Buy a land shaft. Alright, 2 white shirts. Just because. 3 white shirts. Alright, time to heal. Congratulations, Snow. I'm going to attempt to do the same thing. I have muted Chaos on lots of random runs. I don't remember any off the top of my head for recently. Chaos, are you going to cooperate, buddy? No, he's just gonna try and swing on us. His next spell is Cure 4. And now he does it. Alright, damage reset. Let's try again. There we go. Good job, Dave. I mean, everybody did decent damage. Oh, do I try to get Burp to survive? I think not. I think we just go all out damage. Okay, I changed my mind. Burp, time to heal. Oh, buddy. That was a painful nuke. Alright, Chaos, stop casting spells. Never mind. Stop breathing, I guess. Look at that Flame Sword damage. That's why I wasn't too worried about Chaos with the Vorpal Swords. Now, Vorpal Sword didn't get the killing blow. So I guess I gotta do it again. It was not faster than the Knights with Knives. I guess that goes to show that the Vorpal Sword isn't as good as the Cat Claw.